All right, I think I got it up. Hopefully everybody gets a notification and comes back and joins us. Just a little bit of a hang up. We shall see. This is what we were looking for, a little retrace right here. And I think we could look at the 30-minute. See if we could break down over here. Momentum is rolling over, but not quite bearish yet. Here's a 60-minute, and it's kind of flattening out. No, everybody's slow in joining me. I got one like. I'm betting that's Tommy Williams. Oh, there we go. Slowly people are popping back on. So we're pushing down now. We're at the open, and we're heading for the low of the day. It's early in the day, but I mean, if we continue, it's going to be quite a hangman right there. I mean, I don't think we're going to see the 4210 unless there's somebody has something really negative to say about the economy. But that 4234 we could probably see over the next couple of days. I think I might have cleaned up the problem. I'm hoping. That flash is just me jumping from screens. Virgin Galactic is just ripping. All right, we're bouncing off that open. We broke it and then traded back. I don't know if we're going to go further on that move. 1 minute kind of turned positive. I'm thinking you guys could hear me. Who's with me? A mood stabilizing headband. That's when you know we're ready for a recession. First recession I remember was when Prozac came out. Look at that. Broke the open and bounced right back up. Yeah, not a lot of FDA work on that headband, that's for sure. So the composite looks like, yeah, it could be putting in a double bottom. That momentum looks like it's kind of moving. Get a little weight on that composite. It should bring the S&P 500 down. Yeah, it looks like a double bottom on the composite. Hey, Loop de Loop, welcome back. Would you say that's a foreboding bar right there? There we go, breaking the low of the day. That's a trade right there. If we can get some follow through on it. Bear flag just triggered on the 32nd. It's just not running. Dow went negative. Composites flat. S&P may go negative right here. There's the 5-minute. Five minutes looking negative. 1 minute's looking negative. 2 minutes looking negative. 30 seconds rounding out a little bit. There goes another test of that low on the 32nd. And is it rejecting? Oh, it broke a little bit. There she goes. Moving my stops right above here. It's going to snap back at me, right? Tesla's pushing down. Composite looks like it's building a little bottom right here. Russell's moving down aggressively. May drag the rest of the market down. Oh, I got my first one off. I've got... actually, you know what? I'm going to stay to break even on the other two and see if I can give this thing room to move. See, Anthony, so now you can enter a stop at break even if you're in the trade because you know what your break even number is. So I have a physical stop in for 2/3 of my trade at a break even number. I mean, you run the risk of you know, the market getting close and the market makers just whipping it and taking you out, but I mean, the market's so choppy that I'm not counting on anything. I would like to see about 43.5, but it looks like it's going to take me out. Oh, composite turned again. Come on, push down. Let's get a little enthusiasm to the downside, ladies. Yeah, on what time frame? Loop and loop. If you were saying that 30-second, yeah, I took advantage of that. And that's actually the second one. So usually after the third, you run out of energy. But here's the first. Here's the second. We're kind of in the third right now, but can't tell what the market wants to do. That gap is kind of interesting. I don't know if that's a drop of data packets or what. But the 2 minute's still looking rather heavy, and here's the 5 minute right here, and that's looking kind of heavy. So hopefully we get a push down. I would like to see it come down to around 43.5. The Dow went negative. Oh, S&P just went negative. Composite looks like it's fighting back a little bit, but that Russell is giving up what it gained. Kind of testing that low. It looks like the 30-second momentum is deviating. But the 1 minute still looks, well, now it's turning. I think I'm going to, probably going to chop around here. I'm going to move 1/3 stop right here. So that I lock up a little cash. I'm going to leave the other third at break even. The 30-second, yeah, that's yeah, I saw that. There's our 30-minute. What's our 30-minute look like? So it was a break here. Broke that one nicely. So this is where we're on this bar right here, and this is where we're getting the congestion. We broke the 8 period. I think this is a 13 period right here. Yep. If we can get past that 13 period, we're looking at 42.38. That would be a nice run. But you can see the 30-second momentum is not working with us. 2 minute is kind of rolling over. I'm going to take off another third right here. And I'm just going to leave my last third at a break even and see if I can get into a runner over here. But it seems like it's fighting the trend. We need that composite to drop. The Russell's even fighting. What do we got? It's lunchtime. Oh, we got a Fed talking too right now, right? Yeah, we have Bostic's speech. Maybe he'll talk the market down and do us a favor. Oh, looks like it. He's not. So we got a bear flag on the 5 minute. Hopefully it doesn't knock me out. Aye. Nope, there it is. I'm out. Just nickels and dimes. This is building a cup and handle. So this is the cup, and this is the handle, and you enter breaking this high right here. I don't believe I'm going to take that trade, but that's how it goes. So if you're new to the channel, we just we're looking at the S&P 500, and I'm demonstrating my trading setups and how I get involved. Not really a market that's conducive to big moves, but without chopping you out. But yeah, we get to talk about them. You get to see what's going on. And if you like my rhetoric, subscribe and hit the bell. There's some trading videos on the channel, and you'll be notified when I drop new ones. You hit the like, that goes a long way. I appreciate it. And if you want to sponsor the channel, if anybody has an interest in sponsoring the channel, there's a PayPal link down there, and your funds will go to improving the quality of the videos and the editing and all the things I'm falling short on. So we're looking at a cup and handle right here pattern. It's a little sloppy, but cup and handle nonetheless. And breaking this pivot high is where you would take your entry. And I wouldn't expect much more of a move up beyond the open. But we were looking for a retrace because we came into the day with a divergence on the daily. And you can see this run up, and it makes a high where my cursor is dancing around. You can see the momentum making a high right here, and then a low, and we're back up here, and it looks like we're making a lower low. So we really have to turn around tomorrow and break this bar for it to be a divergence. But that's somewhat ominous, that bar. We obviously have half a day to go, and it could turn around and challenge the high again. But that divergence would kind of infer that we're going to have a bit of a correction or a consolidation. A divergence doesn't necessarily mean a turnaround, but it does mean that the pattern may be changing. We're looking at the 60-minute here, and you could see the momentum starting to roll over. And there's really no harm in this. I mean, there was a really nice move up. So you got to give the market a little chance to breathe, kind of the crouch before the next leap. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the 235 again, and then maybe a retest to the highs, see where it goes from there. So this is what trading is. You just hang out, read the market, look for the opportunity. I think we took 2 trades so far this morning. Picked up a couple of bucks on the first and about $1 on this one, on a fraction of our position. So really nothing substantial. So we have 7 minutes left to this bar. It looks like it's going to put in another bottoming tail, which is obviously favorable for an upward move. But we do see the momentum rolling over, so it's very curious. I would rather see it fight its way down and close low and just, you know, flush this out so that we can continue our march up. Anybody out there have an interest in Virgin Galactic? Doing very well. I got involved around May. So this is a reversal pattern. It's not really the hour that I would play it, but you could see it made a low and the momentum's low, and then it tested that low again, and the momentum's crawling up. So you just really kind of enter conservatively at that 47. I have no interest because all we're doing is picking up $2. We knew that we'd come back to the to the open, retest the open. Five-minute momentum is rolling around, but you could argue that this is a flag. Well, you know what? It looks like the flag might have triggered and then failed. But it could be a last kiss and then a continue down. Yep, looks like it's going to roll over and just retrace. What's the composite made a nice bounce back. So I guess that move down was just on the beginning of the Fed speaking, which I doubt he's saying anything new. But just a little emotional knee-jerk reaction. All right, looks like I might have solved that little glitch we were having. No, I think I understand it, actually. So this 30-second remains in an uptrend. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Looks like it's going to make a move for a higher high. Momentum's fading off a little bit, so could enter compression on that 30-minute. 2-minute momentum looks really positive. Put in that double top. Nobody chatting, everybody just being quiet. Looks like we're making a move for that low again. On the 5 minute, it looks rather negative, but on the 2 minute, it appears that it could be putting in double bottom. And you could see the support here. Where we discussed in that training video. Here's two tests of the support. It's a really good support. If it breaks through that, we should see some good movement. 30 seconds looking negative. The 2 minute, I mean, it's kind of challenging it and making it look like it's going to make a double bottom on the 2 minute. But the 5 minute would lead you to believe that this may keep moving. But we'll see. It could turn around. I mean, you still have 3 minutes left on that bar. So here comes the challenge of the support. And the 1 minute's looking like it's a double bottom also. Creating a bit of a hammer. Man, now it's rolling that 5 minute. Well, you still have about 2 minutes left in that 5 minute bar. Quite a retrace. Yep, just turned everything negative. That's pretty cool. Looks like we break that low. We're going to move lower. Still positive on the S&P. Any momentum, any initiative, people interested in this? Should go negative right here, right? Yep. And there she goes. Break it low. Would we set up some fibs? There we go. I didn't take that trade because it's getting late in the afternoon and in the morning. And I don't believe in follow through during lunch. So, but I would have a target at that 33%. That wouldn't be an unfair target. Might be a 5-minute bear flag setting up if you have an interest. If anybody's trading out there. Things are pushing down, but it's still a divergence right here. It's better when it makes the break and it has that momentum. Yep, and there's the chop back. Nope, just got a news flash. CDC's finding more cases of heart inflammation due to the vaccines than they expected. But I wonder how consistent that is with natural infection. So it's a matter of weighing your risks, I guess. So when these setups break and you break the lows, you really should just get movement out of it. But again, this is just choppy back and forth, just grinding its way down, but chopping its way through it. So you're really not getting anything on the breaks. I mean, you could try to trade in this mess, but it's just all over the place. These two bars are the opening range. So we broke out of the opening range and then traded back in, and we're breaking out of the open range to the downside now and then going back in. So it looks like we're just really range bound. We're probably going to dance between these two for the rest of the day. Just trade sideways. So if anybody has anything they want me to look at or want to talk about, just hit me up in the chat and we could do that. We have some time. There's really not any setups going on right now. Amazon is consolidating. Tesla is consolidating. All the markets look like they're in consolidation right now. Probably just letting that Fed have his say. Although he may be done shortly. Looks like it's about 40 minutes. And then I think we said we have one more Fed tomorrow, and that's it. We're past this rhetoric, this nonsense. But if you're listening, hit the like. I could use the vote of confidence, especially when there's nothing to do and nothing to talk about in the market. The boring summer markets. Like to read up on Virgin Galactic and find out what's going on with it. I mean, I know that they're doing the commercial launch and things of that nature, but they're still, I don't think they're making money. But that's definitely a long-term hold. I think Virgin Galactic is now where EVs were in the early 2000s, early 2000s. Another move back to that open. $5 rolling around. Looks like the 30 minutes building a hammer right here. With another tail to the downside, but the momentum is still fading off. That might be the turnaround for it. Haven't heard from Anthony. I guess he went out to turn his buddy's electric on. Looking at AMC on the 60-minute, it's making its move, but no momentum, just keeps flattening. Just staying in that channel. See, you see this momentum right here just fading off. That's the only problem technically on the trade. Oh, but it's popping out of that trend. This could be the turnaround right here. But I mean, you just want to see it break this channel, and then the party's starting. You've been in this channel since early June. Everybody go to lunch. All right, this is just a drag. It's just chopping around. So let's take a break, and we'll head back here at 12:45. So everybody get some lunch, and maybe get some fresh air, and meet me back here at 12:45. That'd be cool. If you like what you hear, hit the likes, and hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and you could hit up PayPal if you want to support the channel. Actually, before we go, it looks like we're building a Head and Shoulders right here. You can have an entry. Again, it's lunchtime, and I don't like trading during lunch, but you could take an entry right breaking that trend line. That would be like the neckline. It's probably a little more obvious on a higher time frame chart, but you could do that and see if it challenges that. If it doesn't break that, then obviously there's no trade. But anyway, I'll see you guys at 12:45. All right, here we go. Back in the game. And look at that baby just bouncing back and forth. Look at that nice sell-off right there. That's a quick 5-point sell-off. Then a quick retrace, which is really just a range trading day. This right here being the low, let's get, well, it's kind of testing that, so we'll leave that there. This is the low, the opening range. Here's the high, the opening range. And we just, we broke up briefly, then broke down, and we're just going back and forth. Now we're testing. Could be a last kiss off of the opening range. I think this is the opening range from yesterday, or certainly from a previous day. See if that last kisses it or not. Just a consolidating market. Still trying to figure what it's trying to do to that daily bar. I guess we really won't know until the day is over. Could be building a flag. Doesn't really look like a hammer. Could be a flag. If it closes low, I might call it a hammer. A little bit of divergence there. We talked about it yesterday. Here's the high and the high. And now we're retesting the high with that low. That's what we're watching. Trying to get a feel for what it's going to do for the rest of the week. "60 minutes rolling over, but it's not that aggressive." That 23.35 makes real good sense. We'll have to see if the next bar could break this and if we start that downward trend. But what is that? Yeah, it's a Keltner. Just feels like the market's a little bit overdone right now. It just needs a little bit of a pullback to ease itself. Let's take a midday peek at AMC. Just nothing really happening. "60-minute momentum is bullish." It's just got to break that. If it starts breaking those highs, then it's going to roll that daily momentum over. It looks like everybody's putting up a good fight, at the very least. predictions for September. I mean, ever since I dropped my crystal ball, I kind of hold off on making those predictions. But if I were wondering what's to transpire, or I may not have pointed out, but obviously the longer time frame you look at, the longer out you're going. And everything I'm demonstrating is consistent on any time frame. So let's look at Amazon first on a long time frame. So Amazon is in a consolidation right now. You know, and you have to understand that these are technicals and you know, fundamentals can change the picture. But if we look at a weekly, and if I look at a weekly, that would kind of be setting me up for a month or two of trading, you know, the move that I would expect. So first we have I would just go and put actually a support right there. So we have a good support right there, and we have a good resistance right there, and we're just trading up in between that. The momentum on the weekly is obviously turning bullish, and breaking that. You could actually use support and resistance on the MACD, on the MACD. So here's resistance on the momentum, and the effect of it breaking the resistance on the momentum is the same as the price action breaking. So you know, if you see those breaks, this baby's going to start moving up, and based on the momentum, everything here would lead you to believe that this stock is moving upward. And if the economy is cool and there's no I'm sorry, I got distracted. There are no inflation fears or Feds getting out of hand, then you could expect this to keep its progression and keep moving up. That consolidation is really healthy because you have all this cheap stock right here, right? So that's what's happening. You know, all that cheap stock's coming out, other people are getting in, and it's just solidifying its position. So I think you could really look for, breaking the 54.60 mark. You could argue that it's going to continue on a move. If I were entering for a long-term move, I would probably cut this range in half right there, and I might take a little piece just to see what it does testing here. But if it pulled back to this middle, I would consider taking more. I'd probably close it if it broke through the middle, because I would expect it to come down and test this lower part of the channel, you know, at the support. And then if I was looking for it to go up, I would probably enter again, breaking here. You know, ideally it just takes off right here. This looks like a little bear flag building, but it's inside the channel. But a bear flag right before resistance is kind of positive. It gives it a lot of energy to pop right through. So it's a bear flag on a break of a channel, which is encouraging. So, and then you could take a look at the monthly, which will give you a view even further out. Nice strong bar right here at the end of the month. This bar is going to close in 7 days. If it closes up here, I mean, that's very encouraging. You know, you could still see the value in the support and the resistance on the monthly. So this consolidation is very consistent. The only thing that's disconcerting is this slight drop off of the momentum. But here's a high, here's a low, here's a high. So you got to figure it's going to make a low, and then it should make another high. My bias would be to the upside on this. I would wait for a good trigger. I like that bear flag on the weekly. You could probably watch that and take an entry around 52, 522 let's just get a real number. 523.78. You can take an entry on there if this bar holds like this and breaks, but you understand, I think, how to use a bear flag. So Tesla, zinc. I mean, Tesla weekly is still in a downtrend, so I wouldn't make any move. I mean, you could see a clear support right here. You could even argue that this is a pennant. If you wanted, you could put a ray in there and draw a line from this low to this low. And this is a little aggressive, this slope, but it's still the pennant that it's in. And you could watch that pennant for a break to one side or the other, but that momentum is kind of still falling off. You know, you want to look for the same pattern. If this turns around, tests down here, and this, you know, the MACD makes a higher low, then you see the change in momentum, and you can get ready for a breakout to the upside. On a monthly, you could see it's fading off too. Tesla's really fallen out of favor because Ford and GM are moving into those markets. And, yeah, you know, Tesla hasn't made any money aside from government credits. So everybody's not too enthusiastic about getting involved. I mean, you know, there's hype in it. And you know, you've seen what hype does. And people jump all over things. But fundamentally, I mean, the company, if you took out the credits that they receive for being an environmentally conscious company, then they're not making any money. So so it appears that everybody's beginning to look at it that way. And when I say everybody, I mean industry-wide. They're starting to see that, and you know, I think everybody realizes that Elon is using this company as a marketing company, but his heart is in Starlink and SpaceX. And Starlink's going to be his darling because, you know, he's going to suck up all the internet access. I mean, it's going to be one fee, unlimited, and you can get it anywhere. You know, no more dealing with the cable companies or being throttled down or, you know, the crazy latency and everything like that. So you can understand why that's his focus. And yeah, you know, he's now, I mean, with all his talk about Bitcoin and everything, it's just like he's not really running Tesla. He's just doing a dog and pony show. Well, you can't say I'm not opinionated, huh? So anyway, that's my spiel on it. And look at this, just bouncing back and forth and back and forth. I wonder, this is a run up. This looks like a head and shoulders building. I wonder if it's giving us an indication that it might go down. But let's see, the momentum. No, the momentum's still strong. This is a higher high, higher low. It's probably working to make a higher high. It's just in the trend. See, there's a high, there's a higher low, higher high, higher low. Oh, uh-oh, and maybe a shoulder. That would be the neckline. And it's dancing around. I think we said that was the opening range low. Yeah, I'm confident that was the opening range low. I really should say the number out loud so it sticks in my head. But yep, the 47 to the 54. So we're just bouncing around the opening day low, opening range low for the day. And I'm glad it didn't skyrocket again. Curious if we're building a daily bull flag or if we're going to have a divergence. Well, we have the divergence. If the divergence is going to trigger is interesting. And this short bar, will trigger it. I mean, for today to trigger the divergence, it would have to break this 217, which that's quite a move down. But tomorrow, If we break the low of today's bar, that would trigger that divergence and might start a little slide down. But we're still in that uptrend because we have a higher high and a higher low. So as of today, those bars are still in an uptrend. Interesting stuff. And if you think so, make sure you subscribe to my channel and hit that bell so when I drop some training videos, you'll know. And hit the like, because that supports my channel. And if you want to do more to support the channel, you could look down in the description and you'll see a Twitter handle, and you could share that, or there's a PayPal link that you could sponsor the channel. And I greatly appreciate whatever effort you put in. So as we discussed, this made a higher low, and it's pushing up to a higher high. So we might come back and challenge this open again. It's kind of getting back into the attitude that it had before the Feds, and that was a grind up and then a sharp decline and then another grind up, make a new high and a sharp decline, just making it really difficult to trade. And you could see it over here. This was a pretty interesting sell-off. There might have been some news or something. That's a little aggressive. 48 to 4. It's 5 points. It looks bigger than it actually is. Just relative to all the small increments that it moves. That's a pretty good run. But really, that's only 2.5 points on an option. I mean, that's not what we're in the business for. Oh, is that, well, no. So are you on the you're on the West Coast, Wyatt? Wyatt. If you're still out there. Well, I guess if you're PST, you're on the West Coast. Are you in Cali? Oh, in LA? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I got some friends down in LA. So that's an early rise for you to catch the market open. Well, I guess 6. I'm in here at 6 myself, which is 3 your time. You guys getting any rain over there? Or are you still suffering from that drought? we're still in that uptrend, even though it looks like it's consolidating. Higher high, higher low. We'll see what happens right here. Momentum looks like it's fading off. That's a subtle divergence right there. Yeah, Alaska day traders, huh? Yeah, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't catch me there. Way too cold. I mean, I don't mind sailing up there. I definitely intend to, but certainly not as a way of life. I hate the cold, which you guys will find out if I'm not south for the winter, because I'll just bitch every day. All right, so the Dow's down 19, and the Composite's up 20, and the Russell is up 11, and the S&P up $1.85, almost $2, which makes sense because I think the S&P was outperforming all last week, so it would make sense that it's a little more conservative. But again, I would like to see everybody give us a good sell-off date. Flush out some cheap stock and let us move up. No, I keep getting these scammers calling on my phone. It's probably the like the automobile warranty guys and all that nonsense. Yeah, that's a problem, I guess. And what's the heat like over there? Is it dry or is it humid? Because you know, in New York, it's kind of humid and muggy. But when I'm up in the mountains, it's very dry. It's a little more comfortable. And then the winters are the same because you know, you have that chill, that damp chill down around the cities, and you come up to the mountains, it's dry cold. I mean, you could be outside in like 5-degree temperature in just a thick shirt and be very comfortable. So you guys, I'm thinking LA's got to be humid because you're right on the water. In the valley, oh. The Valley with the Valley Girls. You know Frank Zappa? I mean, everybody in the Valley probably knows Valley Girls. Look, here's a pretty interesting resistance right here. that you can keep an eye on, and we're grinding up towards it, and we're getting to the afternoon breakout. It's 110 or 1310 to keep it organized. Valley Girls. Kind of moving around in this Fibonacci retrace. I don't know what these bars are. Oh, these are old opening ranges. You know what? I'm going to clear this. And I'm going to look at this run. To this high. All right, that makes more sense to me. A little cleaner. And this is my opening range for the day. And this is my opening range high for the day. There. Now we don't have so many lines obstructing us. And we could put this back as our, and look at this as an afternoon breakout right there, and see if it does that. But again, you know, you're talking about 50 to 52, where I think our next resistance or congestion will gather. So really not a big deal. You guys hearing any birds? I barely hear them. I have the mic set so that if there are sounds of wildlife, you can hear it. I thought I heard a deer calling before, that kind of trumpeting sound it makes. And I know there are a lot of fawn running around, so I'm just thinking that it's mama calling. Oh, there we go. We're making that move for it. The momentum looks favorable on just about everything. It's pushing up. There it is. I'm not going to take the trade because I see so much resistance right after it, but that's what you would look for a morning breakout. But again, I think that based on how the chart's been behaving, 52 is probably it. But if we can get a double top here, you could probably play the retrace. Russell's pulling back, and the composite's pulling back, so it's probably going to drag this back a little bit. Well, I lied. There's the break. Now you have an afternoon breakout. Might be a little early. And she's pushing. $52.90 would be your target on this, if it could sustain. Anybody take that trade? What the hell? Looks like it's building a double top right there. 52.90 didn't even make it. So if anybody out there has any questions or wants me to take a look at something, I'm happy to do it. Kind of a slow market, got plenty of time to talk and demonstrate things. So any questions whatsoever on my training videos or anything like that, just fire them out. Oh my, I keep hitting the wrong keyboards here. GSAT. Yeah, I think I saw something on the news about it. GSAT. It feels good, GSAT. Oh, look at that. That's actually still fine. I mean, it's selling off right now, but you know, you're still in an uptrend. You know, higher highs, higher lows. We'll see how aggressive that bar gets, but that's not a bad retrace. You know, we'll see if that continues. The daily momentum is still bullish. Nothing to worry about there. I'm sure the 60 probably looks somewhat bearish, but that would be reflective of that move. Yep, the 60 rolled over, but still could be putting in a higher low. So we'll, if you remind me, we'll take a look at the end of the day and see how it closes up. But nice wick to the bottom. Looks like it's building another wick to the downside. So it's a good indication. Good, 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 good. Kind of respecting that 30 period EMA. But I still like that daily as far as the long goes. It's going to have to consolidate after this move. I mean, that's a big move on a small dollar stock, so I wouldn't have any fear. Looks like a double top on the 30-second, double top on the 1 minute, and the 2 minute looks like it's rolling over. 5 minutes still bullish on the S&P. Could look for their a retrace. This may be the move up, but we've been trading within that range or hovering around that range for a wee bit of time right now. That momentum's fading off. We could argue a triple top right there. I'll tell you, puts have a lot of premium in them. It's kind of an indication that people are expecting a sell-off, some volatility. You know, because that's like an insurance policy. I think we might be doing that grind up again like we did yesterday. Divergence is just building. See if there's anything on the 30-minute to trade. We had that hammer in the break right there at 49. But again, a divergence on the 30. This is just not logical. It's just so contrary. It's a 60-minute hammer with a divergence. 52.05. It might be giving us the finger. Are they making money? GSAT. I haven't done any homework on it. What are you doing? What are you doing, S&P? So I put that little trend line in, and it broke under there, and it looks like it's having a hard time getting back above it. And it's making another attempt, maybe, and the momentum keeps fading off. But it doesn't want to fall either. 2 minutes fading, but the 5 minute still looks rather bullish. Looks like the composite's making another move higher. Not making much, but not losing much. I mean, it's either making or it's losing. GSAT. Global Star. %53% of the company is held by institutions. That's always a good sign. Oh, wait. Was that... No, I was looking at the wrong company. Oh, there you go. 15% of the shares outstanding are held by institutions, and they're losing money. So you can't really argue that it's undervalued because they're losing money. So there's really no value to the securities. I mean, unless they're trading way above their book value. So their yearly PE is negative 23. I mean, they're losing 7 cents per share per quarter right now. Actually, most companies that go public make no money, but it's a matter of what being overvalued and undervalued is. And Amazon made no money because they kept rolling into R&D and expanding the company. and getting larger and larger. But I mean, I'm not knocking GSAT. I like the product, but their quarterly sales year over year are down 16%. I mean, their annual sales growth is down 8%, and over 5 years, their sales growth is up 7%. So they got sales, but I mean, I'd have to delve into it to see where their money's going. So, you know, you could argue that Amazon didn't make money for till 2015, but you know, you have to look at what their revenues were and what their revenue growth was. You know, they just might have been spending it more quicker than they were making it. But look at the business model. I mean, you know, Amazon went from selling books to selling the world. And you know, all sorts of different services and content and stuff like that. I mean, you know, they could have a losing year because they bought a movie company and started their streaming. You know, so they had to buy content to fill their streaming business model. So everybody's pushing up, but it looks like S&P is kind of lagging on that move. Oh, and just give a little kickback. Yeah, now it looks like it's leading everybody down. As soon as the markets turn around, S&P took a little dip for a couple of points. No biggie, though. I mean, I see it. It's a Wall Street Bets recommendation. I'm trying to find some news on GSAT. Um, well, I think that Tesla, their software is great, and their electrical storage. But I mean, it's more than EV electrical storage. I mean, their batteries are for commercial electrical storage. So that's a good market. I don't know if they're going to dominate the EV market. They got some titans that they're competing with, and now, they have the distribution channels, they have the customer loyalty, and now they're starting to distribute. They're getting into the EV industry, and Tesla's made no money. It doesn't make it a great company that the price has gotten this high that it's made no money. It's done it on marketing and hype. That's why it's actually in a downtrend now, and it's not that favorable. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla doesn't have an EV division in its future, and just focuses on energy storage. And I'm pretty confident that that is just a peripheral company to his SpaceX, where he's going to have, and I'm certain he's going to head this direction. He's going to start building like communities in space, and power storage is going to be an issue, and he's going to be able to supply that to his own companies. And other people will compete in building communities in space, and that power storage is going to be it. So I think that's what Tesla is going to be about. I don't think that it's going to be a dominant automobile company. But it's a stepping stone. The EV market was the stepping stone to get him in there. He raised the money. He was able to do the R&D and support his designs. And he's a smart cat. He knew how to use other people's money to build his dream. He did that when people weren't even looking at electric power, or power storage, or even wind power for that matter. So he knew that everybody would pay attention to EVs, and in the interim, he could develop the software and hardware for energy storage. This is my assessment of what he's doing. I mean, only time will tell if I'm right. The thing with GSAT, I like the global satellite thing. Their equipment's kind of old, and they have a very closed model. Like, they can offer all of these services right now that Starlink is going to move into the market. But the problem is they have a very closed network, and you could just access it with their proprietary equipment. And their business model is just archaic. And I'm looking for news to see that they're rolling around. There was one thing that said that they can monetize different services. So, okay, that's some light verbiage in the right direction. But what are you saying? I mean, if they have tons of satellites up there, all they have to do is open up their technology to other cell phone companies, and cell phones can access that, and they could sell that service. Right now, I mean, it's inhibiting to have a satellite telephone. I mean, it's fine if you get like weather data or shoot text, but if you're using it as a regular means of communication, I mean, you got to take a mortgage out for that service. So, I mean, it could go either way. I mean, they have the assets. But they could also be a dinosaur in the industry. It depends on how they make their moves. I was looking at the management. I mean, 166-year-old cat, and the rest are in their 50s, and they got one young guy. And I don't know how forward-thinking they are. I'd like to see them a little more aggressive. But I don't understand what their technology really is either, if it's so old school that they can't leverage that. And that's quite a chunk of change to start launching new satellites and to be current. But that's an interesting market that they're in right now. And if Elon has his way, he's going to be He's going to be offering satellite access, internet access via satellite to everybody, which is telephones and everything. I mean, you know, half your phones right now are working on a combination of Wi-Fi and cell service. You know, you have that Wi-Fi calling if you have new technology phones. Yeah, you know, it just bounces between depending on how close you are to what and what the best service is. So I mean, yeah, it could be a great thing if they could leverage their assets right now and move into that internet service. But then again, why haven't they done that already? Lots of questions in that, you know. But I mean, something to dig into, something to look at. If you're holding this position, you should dig in and understand what their forward business model is. Because I don't think you can argue that the old one isn't going to continue to work. You know, this closed network with proprietary equipment to access the satellites and very expensive fees. I mean, you know, that's not going to work anymore. I didn't see anything briefly that discusses their going forward plans, but that's what I'd be looking for. And if it's a good story, if I could see that they're going to leverage those assets, I'd get involved myself. We just messing around with that opening range. So we busted out through the high. Now we're back inside the opening range. If it looks like the momentum is turning, the 1 minute still looks negative. 2 minute looks negative. 5 is turning around. Might be making a double top on the 5 minute. See if we can make that move back down to the middle, which is almost the open. And it's 13:50. So we got 10 minutes till 2 o'clock. Toyota is the god of God in the auto world. Why do you say that? For the technology, or do they have the number one selling vehicle? Loop and loop. Yeah, you got to figure that out, Anthony. Obviously, you don't want to do that when you're live. As far as your Tesla theory, dominate the EV electric battery industry. I think it was General Motors who just announced that they're going to have they're not going to outsource their batteries. They're going to do it in-house. And what I'm looking at also is that they probably want to leverage that energy storage market because it's it's a reality. And if you're building electric cars and you got to have a manufacturing plant, you might as well be able to exploit another market. And vehicle sales are going to be interesting because, people are kind of leaning towards the Uber vehicle. So shared rides is becoming very common. And even in Manhattan, they had Zip cars for a long time. And now people are just kind of focusing on shared rides. So they're probably looking at their market reducing, going forward, especially with autonomous vehicles. You'll have these autonomous Ubers zipping all over the place, just picking people up. No need to have a car, worry about parking, carry insurance, carry registration. So any forward-looking company is probably saying, okay, we need to, adapt. So good product and priced right. Yep, that's definitely you know, a program for sustainability. Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's probably the affordability and a cheap operating cost. If it's a reliable piece of equipment, you don't have to put a lot of money into it. You know, that's just good business to have a low operating cost. Something I learned in aviation. Be nice to get rid of those Uber drivers, man. I mean, it's amazing. You see taxi license plates and the dudes have no idea how to drive, like no concept of the rules of the road or anything. People like cruising in the left lane, passing you on the right. Just, oh, it's just awful. And hey, I had to take the same test they did. I know, you know, they had to, you know, answer the same questions and understand the rules the same as I did. I don't understand why they're such poor drivers. So what are we doing here with this market? Just churning around, it looks like. What's that 60 look like? So that's 60. Did it break that hammer? Okay, that might be what's going on. 52.05, 52.09. It did break the hammer and came back, but that's neither here nor there. It didn't fail. This momentum keeps diving off. I would like to just see it pull away, man. Just reset today. Yeah, I can't stand when people don't pass in the passing lane. And you know what? New York is the worst for that, man. They have no idea how to drive. New York, Maryland, atrocious. Maryland is atrocious. They really have no idea of the rules of the road. And in aviation, I mean, everybody kind of understands the rules of the road and how you approach an airport and what patterns you take to land so that you know what everybody else is doing and you don't fly into people. And it's just, you know, a form of communication that we all follow one standard. But that just doesn't apply on the roads. And all they keep doing is lowering the speed limit. Yeah, you know, saying, okay, everybody's an idiot, lower the speed limit. They don't educate people, explain to them how they're, you know, putting people's lives in danger by passing on the right, and, you know, how dangerous it is to do something that's unexpected in a vehicle. You know, I mean, if I had my way, I would make everybody requalify for their license through written test every 2 years. To reinforce the rules, and that'll reduce the amount of accidents. And then, you know what? Since we're talking about pet peeves, what is with people getting into a little fender rub and then stopping in the middle of the road? I mean, when I was a kid, everybody used to pull their car off to the side. And I remember when cars couldn't move, people would get out and help the guy push the car off to the side. And then everybody would handle their business. But, oh, man, nowadays these prima donnas, like, you know, have to stop the whole world because they had a little fender bender. Right in the middle lane. Man, just pull off the road, get into the shoulder. You know? Oh, so inconsiderate. So inconsiderate. This is what I liked about flying a helicopter. I can get here and there, and I didn't have to deal with all that nonsense. So if anybody who's listening has stopped their car in the middle of the road to exchange information, shame on you. Other people have to get to work or to dinner. So if I could do anything with this channel, I'm going to educate everybody to pull over to the side of the road. Yeah, I see that going down south too. It says slower traffic. Yeah, yeah, that's educating the population. They don't do that here in New York. They don't educate people. Yeah, yeah, they have their accident in the left lane and they stop there. Yeah, one day I was driving. I was heading to New Hampshire. I had a big trailer on my truck, and I was going to pick up another car. A little classic deal, and I was going past the service area. I was in the middle lane going past the service area where there's a McDonald's, and a lady made like a 90-degree turn from the left lane across the highway to get to the McDonald's and slammed right into my trailer, trashed my trailer. It's like, unbelievable. It was such an aggressive. Oh, actually, I think I was in the right lane and she came across from the left. It was just an aggressive move, and bang, trashed my trailer to get to McDonald's, just to clog up our heart. Yeah, it's a law here. You have to move to the right for emergency vehicles. Yeah, that's common. Or move over into the center or left lane when there are cars on the shoulder on the right. Even the cops are idiots. I mean, these people will be stopped in the middle of the road, and then the cops will stop, put their lights on, and handle everything right in the middle of the road and create traffic. I mean, I remember cops stopping traffic to get the cars off the road to let the traffic go. But nobody thinks of their neighbor ever anymore. It's a very me society. So we're making a nice consolidation above the opening range. That's a good indication that we might make that move up. But I am looking at a divergence on the 5-minute, and if that breaks, that could have a bit of a run. You could see the high here and the high here, and the momentum fading off. So the first trigger would be the break of the 250.97, and then the conservative entry would be the break of the 250, and then guess we'll get a little congestion around the open, and then that 47 would be my target. Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah, there's a lot of abuse in the police force. Not to say there aren't good guys in it, but yeah, there's a lot of abuse. So we got a trigger of a divergence on the 2-minute. Let's just see. We're heading for that the trigger on the 5-minute, 50.97. Let's see if it has the gumption. You can see the 2-minute is stalling out right here. Oh, there it goes. But those pops, I don't like those pops. They usually retrace quickly. But that pop is because there's a bunch of people waiting to take that trade, and it just kind of forces it down. Interesting, though. This one seems like it might have legs. What time is it? Oh, and that was the 2 o'clock time. So let's see what that did. That was aggressive on an hourly. Oh, but this sucker doesn't change for another half hour. So it was probably the 30-minute that triggered something. Get over here. No, it just broke past the low. All the markets did that, gave that heavy downward move. Looks like a bear flag forming on the 1-minute if it holds. Your wife thinks I might not disagree with that statement. That's funny, but I'll tell you, my partner, my buddy, Miss Grid, she's a hell of a driver. She has good control over equipment, and she's very comfortable. You can't rattle her in the car, and yet she'll make good time getting places, and very maneuverable. So, well, I guess that's a generalization that your grandfather's saying, and it's always the exception that proves the rule. But I mean, I wouldn't argue that, really. I think it just comes down to how people are trained, if they're taught to be frightened or they're taught to be comfortable, and what their experience is. I mean, as a kid, I was in tons of car accidents, so I knew you bounced around, but you didn't really get hurt. So, when I drive, I don't really have that fear. And I find that Miss Grid is the same way. Whole bunch of metal around you, so you're relatively safe. But you know what? I mean, you see all types of poor drivers. Got a nice bear flag forming on that 2-minute if anybody wants to take part in this move down right here. That would be an entry. 2-minute momentum looks very negative. 5-minute momentum looks negative. I don't know wick-off event formation. The Smith system? No, I'm not familiar with what the Smith system is. Well, that's not what I was looking for. Is BTC a security there, Loop and Loop? Is that what you're asking me to look at, a security? And you got to give me a time frame. Oh, Bitcoin. Do I get the futures quote on Bitcoin? Back in the day. If the Smith system is a driving system, nope. I learned on some property that my family owned, and they tossed me a car to keep me busy during the day. And I just used to zip around that property. So I was like 7 years old, couldn't even see over the steering wheel, and I would just zoom around on that property, and that's how I learned how to drive. And then my school offered driver's ed to refine the skills. Yeah, Bitcoin, okay. Yeah, but they use that cliche when they learned, get the big picture, which I've used that too when teaching my children. 5-day time frame. Oh, dude, I mean, I don't even look at 5-day time frames. I mean, based on a daily, here's a wick right here. You could argue that's a hammer, and it broke the hammer, so it's on an uptrend. I mean, that's a very arbitrary time frame, 5-day time frame. Yeah, or I'll look at a weekly, and there's a hammer right there. Yeah, momentum is kind of negative, but that's a nice hammer. But that, nothing happens here until next week. If it breaks this hammer next week, then you could. That's an entry for a move up off a hammer. But nothing really happens until it breaks that 495 range, and then it could start moving. That's still quite a chunk of change between that 35 600 to 495. And we got a doji. Day's not over. It's Still got 2 hours. Anything could happen. This thing could be up at 4280 by the end of the day. You bet, Loop and Loop. Yeah, actually, a lot of the things that you're saying is what I was taught in driver's ed. A lot of the cliches and stuff that they use. So they were probably just biting on the Smith system. Well, range bound for the day. I just want to see a good, healthy pullback. I'm wondering if this 5-minute is building a bear. Nah, too much of a retrace. Just so choppy, you can't even draw any patterns. So if you like this discussion of the U.S. road system and driving system, hit the like me up. I could use some likes. And if you have any questions, apparently pertaining to anything whatsoever, just drop them in the chat with a priority on or an emphasis on trading, but we'll answer anything. Birds are quiet today, which is funny because it was rainier yesterday. How long did it take me to get down? Well, I was kind of interested in the phonetic alphabet, so I mean, I just memorized it pretty quickly. Talking to the tower was never a problem. I was comfortable with it, and it wasn't like I had to be charming or anything. I just had to call my intention or respond, while I'm crossing, whether I was flying VFR or IFR. So it was comfortable. Most of the area that I flew to, there were no towers at the airport. So, it was self-announce and self-call. So you were just making your intentions clear to everybody. But, when I was flying cross-country, I would, go from tower to tower and communicate. But, not a problem. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, it's no big deal. I mean, you just spoke regular English. It was cool to hear the commercial pilots speak. You always knew when it was a private pilot or a commercial pilot, And the key is brevity. They don't want you using full sentences and making yourself a burden on the system. They just want you to make a quick, brief announcement and get off. I have a IFR. I've got commercial also. But, sometimes I would just fly VFR. depending on the how far the flight was and obviously the weather conditions. It's just less restrictive when you fly VFR, I find. And they'll still give you guidance. You can still hook up with the tower and get guidance. And they'll track you, let you know what's around and everything, even if you're flying VFR, as long as you request it. Yeah, around Boston. I mean, you go down around the city, you don't have that. But I mean, when you're flying through the country, there are lots of small airports. I used to fly into Maine all the time. I used to love to go up there to Mount Desert, go for a weekend, grab some lobsters. What is this thing going to do, man? It's just really kind of settled down. The 5 is fading, but the 1 and 2, well, they could be making a lower high on the momentum. Let's see if it continues that march down. Looks like everything's going its own way now. The Dow is negative, and the composite's only up 33, and the Russell's up 17. SPX is up 4. There goes another heavy move down. And look, that looks like a trend reversal. So if everybody's listening and enjoying the conversation, give up those likes. We only got about 5 likes. We've got a lot more users, so viewers. So reach on over, hit that thumbs up. Let me know at least my voice is pleasing if I'm doing nothing for you in trading, which I'm sorry, but the market's just not offering us anything. It's just chopping around in these channels. And this is where you don't want to trade. You'll end up getting all beat up and lose money. And that is not why we showed up. I think we had 2 decent trades. Well, not decent. We picked up a couple of bucks on 2 trades. It was just not a money-making day whatsoever. Which you're going to hear me sing that song all summer. I mean, that's just what the summer holds. They call them the summer doldrums, and there's a reason for that. And it looks like it has begun, and I know that kids are out of school, so parents are starting to take their leave. Yeah, it's really much better trading after the summer, man. Really much better. You'll probably see 8 good opportunities each day, and you may not take all 8 of them, but you'll probably grab 3 good opportunities in the day, or more days out of the week than not. And the moves, when I say good opportunity, they're classic, like the supports and resistance build and look classic, and the trend reversals look classic. And when it breaks, it usually breaks and runs 3 or 4 points, you know, so you could have your first off. So it'll break actually and run 6 points, because your first off is usually 3 points on the option, which is half a point on the move. So yeah, you know, that's very common, that you know, your first off is $300 a contract, and then if it comes back and stops you out, it stops you out. But you know, you grab $300 a contract on your first target, and then you know, more often than not, it just runs and it hits your targets. You know, and it does it quite often. Or the opening range, like you know, I know I keep opening these bars and setting up these opening ranges, and you guys are like, what the hell is that for? But you'll find the opening range is like 20 points wide, and then the days that the market isn't expanding, it's coming up to the opening range, making a double top, and then shooting down. So you know, all day we're just picking up trades up and down and up and down and up and down, and you know, it's like, you know, every time you turn around, there's like money on the floor. You know. So yeah, entirely different animal, man. I mean, we wouldn't be gabbing like this. You know, I would be focused on the market and you know, calling out the moves, and the days fly. Like, you know, we probably wouldn't even take a lunch break, you know, because we wouldn't even realize that it's time for lunch. You know, we might back off trading or lighten up our moves, but the days fly. So, yep, big difference, man, big difference. Big difference. And that's something everybody has to learn, because this is the time when people get chopped up. You know, you get accustomed to the market trading like that, and you keep taking these setups, and then the market turns to this and just chops you out, and people just keep trying to chase those glory days and just get all chopped up. Yeah, you only tested one day. Yeah, that's not much of a back test. When would I say it starts to pick up? I mean, after the summer, after everybody goes back to school, so after Labor Day is where you could look for it. But yeah, you know, it may linger into October. It sometimes it runs short. I think this year, around November, things got all sorts of kitschy. But yeah, you know, we just dealt with a new president and the whole 9 yards. So you know, it. So I'd say like September, October into November, everything was very good. But yeah, you know, once we started getting a new president, the whole culture changed. You know, and the market took on a different attitude, and it's been this very mushy attitude ever since. But yeah, you know, we're just easing into this guy. So so I think that's what the problem is. In I mean, during the Trump era, I mean, yeah, you know, it's all about business, and this guy used to tweet the market up, you know. So, I mean, whenever the market sold off, he would put out a tweet to bump the market up. So we don't have that support. Yeah, yeah, you'll see the difference. I mean, well, we'll see with the Democrats in there. Yeah, you know, they're a little more focused on the social aspect, or a socialist aspect of society, than they are with the capitalism angle. Yeah, so we're moving down, but I don't see any point where we're going to have aggressive moves. And this, 7 minutes on this bar and it didn't break. That's interesting. See what these next 7 minutes hold. So here's the 30-minute that broke this low. And that was a hammer. That would have been, that would have indicated a good move up, but it doesn't look like it's the case. Going to head down. I think we'll probably tag that 13 period. Got a solid doji on the daily. Again, you can't really count it. This is just kind of a mental masturbation. But we still have about an hour and a half before this closes. A doji is usually a sign that things may be turning around. It's consolidating and everybody's kind of trying to figure which way it's going to go. It's just an indecisive type of bar. It may just close on a shooting star or a dragonfly. Come on down and give us that 47.89. I mean, it's really only 40 ticks, and it's just so hard to move. Oh, a little drop. I don't like those drops down, though. They usually retrace. But everything, the momentum is looking bearish across the board right now. Fast line is crossing the slow line on the 60. Nope, the previous bar was, that's this bar, okay. This is a negative bar. So we'll watch this bar right here. This is what I call could give me the finger, right? So we'll have, you see that the histogram bar right there, it's blue, and that's a negative bar. You see the blue DIFF is negative 0.66. So if on the next bar we start trending positively again, then I call that the finger. And if it gives you the finger, it means it's going to move the other way aggressively. So you could, nothing's a guarantee, but you'll find that when a security gives you the finger, it's giving you the finger. It's going the other way. Yeah, I find, the two-party system is a problem. I mean, we're not going to have a true democracy until, we get a viable third party in there to break up the deals and create a true majority rules kind of system. But, the powers that be worked very hard to discredit another party. So if you're not a good old boy in a part of the system right now, you're probably not getting in. I mean, that was Trump's whole bag. There's some hammers on the 2-minute, which is kind of interesting. And we're getting a retrace right here. Look at those hammers. Doom, doom. It looks like it's turning this around, but we're still in a downtrend here. If it breaks this right here, it just ended the trend. So, Trump's brilliance was that he rallied the mob with his hate rhetoric and really hijacked the Republican Party. And he's an outsider who got into the political system, which is really rare. Ross Perot tried it, who I think would have made an excellent president, and the Bush family just made him look like a lunatic. And King George was the architect of misinformation for the CIA. So this guy just is a master at doing things like this, and they discredited him. But Perot wasn't willing to be as obnoxious or aggressive as Trump was. And I guess that was to his fault because he lost the presidency. He was doing really, really well for quite some time, but they turned up the heat on him and knocked him out. If you guys remember Perot running against Bush. But, I mean, you could say a lot of things about Trump, but I think it was brilliant, what he did, just hijacking the party, manipulating the public, rallying hatred and stuff like that to hijack the party. I mean, not that I support hate or anything, but everybody likes to call him an idiot. But the tact was and the strategy was brilliant in my mind. And the interesting thing is that I'm familiar with him in New York. Not that I've interacted with him, but a lot of things he's done in New York. And he's always been anti-hate, anti-prejudice. And he was very active through the late 70s, early 80s, and spoke out against supremacy and things like that. And a lot of his beliefs were very different. And it just seems like he took on this persona to try to grab hold of the party and of a party and go. And he was a Democrat for most of the years that I'm familiar with him being in the public eye. He was a Democrat and supported the Clintons. So it's just interesting. A doji is, I'm sorry, I didn't read that. I was just off on my rant. A doji is a candle where the body closes kind of right in the center. There's a small body or it's flat. It opens and closes in the same place, which is what this candle is representing. So it's getting a little heavier, but the open of the day is 42, and right now the low is 43. Or the open is 49 and the low is 43, and right now it's trading at 48. So 49 is where it opened. It's trading at around 48. I'm leaving the fractions off. So the body is very small. It could close exactly where it opened at about 49.14, and then you just have that line. But this is a doji too, where you got a long upside, a long downside. The body's somewhere in the middle, and it just demonstrates indecision. His opinions on Central Park 5 is very concerning. What was Central Park 5? Oh, Tim, I hope I didn't lose you. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. When you're not promoting education and you're pointing fingers, I consider that rallying hate. I don't blame him for other people's actions. I mean, I hear the same thing everybody else does, and I make the decision. We got a hammer on the 2-minute that's kind of interesting. Let's see if that hammer plays out on the 2-minute. Oh, look at that. I lost a subscriber for voicing my views. What a country. Well, you know what? I think that that's part of the hate porn that the media pumps out. I mean, you know, if the guy, I mean, the election was almost 50-50. I mean, if the guy had half the country, I mean, half the country didn't behave like they put, like the people they demonstrated on the news and TV. And, you know, it's a shame, but, you know, no matter what side you're on, that's what the media pumps out. So, you know, I think everybody didn't get a fair shake. So, you know, there are nut jobs on both sides of the coin. MAGA merchandise made in China. Love it. What does that pertain to, Loop and Loop? Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, well, I don't know, Loop and Loop. If they do know him, I mean, I think they know him now and what he represents now. But yep, there are nut jobs on both sides of the coin, man. But I mean, he did a lot for the state of New York, and his younger years, he was a lot more peaceful. But also a very, you know, like a ruthless, greedy kind of businessman. I mean, from what I heard, I had some interactions with Saks Fifth Avenue, and they were dealing with him. And, you know, I mean, I always believed in a deal should be equitable for all parties. But, you know, he always chased the lion's share. I mean, even back when he was deemed as a more socialist or Democrat. Oh, yeah, the jogger incident. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what his views are. Yeah, that was a really unfortunate incident. And turns out that those guys were innocent and got railroaded. Yeah, you know. But, yeah, that was really unfortunate, man. But, you know, that's the justice system in America. Doesn't matter if you're innocent or guilty. It matters how much money you have and how good your lawyers are. Yeah. Do you recall that, or did you just read about it? Yeah. Well, were they proven innocent before that? Because, I mean, the evidence was sold to the public that I mean, everybody wanted them hung, you know, from what I recall. And I mean, they buried evidence and I mean, really railroaded those guys, those kids. And so, I mean, the whole city was up in arms over it. I mean, it was atrocious. It was a terrible thing that happened to that woman. But, you know, and it just, you know, they just wanted somebody, you know, to answer for the crime. They didn't care if they were, that's just a shame, man. My heart goes out to them. And my heart goes out to that woman, too. I mean, you know, it altered her life. I think she was an investment banker also. I think she was in the finance industry. I mean, I was young when that happened. If we're talking about the same incident, but yeah, it was 5 black kids that raped and murdered that woman. And I think recently DNA tests proved that it wasn't them and actually identified the actual culprit. Yeah, it's a shame, man. Yeah, it's got to be horrifying to be an inner city black man confronting police. You know, there's something really needs to be done about that. And it's not pointing fingers or pointing blame. There needs to be. I mean, there's just a lack of understanding there. You know, like somebody's missing a point. You know what? I don't recall him being the center of the hate storm, but I know that every article, every newspaper, I mean, they just wanted these guys, and it was the evidence just made it clear. I mean, literally, they forced confessions out of these kids, just kind of convinced these kids that if you do confess, we'll let you go home. And these kids wrote confessions, and obviously they didn't represent to the public that we forced confessions out of these guys. The articles read that they confessed to the crime. And I remember one article that one of the cops said, you young guys, you should be out, with girls. And one of the guys said, well, I got mine, meaning he got his that evening. And that woman was raped. And I remember that, and that was just, I mean, the city was just up in arms over it, man, up in arms. It was horrifying. And they drilled it home on the news. I mean, they probably pumped Trump's position on it to discredit him, over the past 5 or 6 years. But I don't think that he had an opinion that was any different than any other New Yorker at that time, based on how it was represented, So it wasn't even a question. Nobody had a question of whether they were guilty or not. It was made clear to the public that those guys were guilty of doing that. I mean, I'm surprised that they're not hanging whoever was involved with it, right down to the district attorney. I mean, his hands were dirty too. When they swear an oath to uphold the law, it was just a disgusting situation. Yeah, she's still a live producer, but serious brain damage. She doesn't even remember the incident, and they kept her identity secret for many, many, many years. And then I remember she came out, and I mean, it's like 30 years later she came out, and she has no recollection of being an executive. I mean, she was a very successful woman in the city. And I think when they did a DNA test on the old evidence, they actually had the guy in custody who committed the crime. And I'm talking off the top of my head, but this is what I recall. And that wasn't too long ago that they identified that. And those poor kids, man, spent their lives in jail. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of false imprisonment where it's just a mistake, but this was a blatant effort. I mean, I don't know whether the cops were convinced that these guys were guilty or just wanted to wrap the case up, but this was a blatant effort to bury evidence and railroad these kids. Yeah, I don't remember that incident either, Loop and Loop. I mean, by name. He was arrested 4 months later for another crime, Kerry, or for the crime that the 13 kids were convicted of. Because I thought that the DNA information came out not too long ago, maybe within the last 5 years. Yeah, that's horrifying, man. That's horrifying. Yeah, it's rough to be black in a city and deal with cops. There's no doubt about that. And it's got to be horrifying when you send your children out, to go hang out with their friends or what have you, what you're going to come across, But it's a rough community, I mean, I think about that with my children and how horrifying it would be. I don't know if I'd even let them out of the house if they had to suffer that. Oh, in 2002? Time flies, man. Yeah, for selling loose cigarettes, huh? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, what about them shooting people for trying to run? I mean, since when is running from a cop a criminal offense? I mean, I think I just read that they shot some kid in a car because he tried to get away. I mean, when I was a kid in Brooklyn, a cop came in to talk to I think I was 5 at the time. No, I was probably in third or fourth grade. Just like a career day kind of thing. And I remember he had his revolver in his holster and everything. And he was getting ready to retire. And I think he was on the force for 25 years. And he said he's never had to pull his gun in the line of duty. And that was like the training of cops back then. Nowadays they train them like assassins. It's unbelievable. The defensive measures. And my cousin's a cop, and he's a great cop. And to help people, and the circle of friends he's with are like that. So there are a lot of good people doing this job, but I don't know about the programming that they do and the filtering that they do. It's scary. I mean, nowadays cops are just way too aggressive, way too authoritative. The concept that you're a public servant or to serve and protect is gone. It's kind of an us against them mentality. And shoot first, gas later. And to speak to that point, I was driving down a road one day and a guy flashed his lights at me, kind of telling me to slow down. I didn't really know what he was flashing his lights for, but I continued going. And then shortly after, the cop pulled me over. And when he pulled me over, he goes, "Didn't you see your buddy flashed his lights?" But you could see the mentality. It was him against me and my buddy, where I just passed this dude on the road. I have no idea, but his view, however subtle it may be, is the us against them kind of mentality that cops have. So it's that whole blue wall mentality that I find, and I think that's part of the problem. They have to realize that they're part of us. It's not us against them, and that's how they're programmed. Right away. And then, there's other, cultural issues that fall into play. But, you know what? If I was a black man and I got pulled over, I'd have my hands straight out, wide open, side to side. And, you could argue that they shouldn't have to, and I agree that they shouldn't have to, but I'd rather be pragmatic than idealistic and not get shot. Yeah, that is a drag. But that cop with Floyd, I mean, they dragged that guy out of the back of the cop car, and I don't know why nobody's bringing that point up. I mean, I guess he's on his way out anyway. But I mean, they had him handcuffed in the back of the car, and then pulled him out and put and stood on his chest. I mean, you can't get out of the back of it. You might as well be in a jail cell when you're in the back of a cop car. You're caged in, you're locked in. The guy's hands were handcuffed behind his back. I mean, just acknowledge that fact, and boom, that's murder right there, if you ask me. Yeah, well, yeah, they're talking about that now. There's a lot of tension from the pandemic and stuff, and then there's a lot of whack jobs going after Asians now. I have a few like my old secretary, my old assistant. I mean, they're going through the roof. They're Asian women, and they're flipping out because they're afraid to ride on the subway, and there's a lot of tension, man. A lot of tension. People just need to get out, get drunk, dance it up, blow off all this steam. Yeah, that last thing, man. I mean, that was just appalling, appalling. And I know cops that are just appalled, And, I'm sure that guy was more likely to do it to a black man. But after watching his actions, I mean, I'm sure a white guy could piss him off enough where he would end up killing him too. This guy had no control. But, you know what? I don't support, I think that everybody needs to take the position that a representative of the government killed an American citizen. And until we could all accept that and look at it as that, I don't think that we can get past this racial divide that I feel the politicians keep us in, because I don't care what stupid excuse anybody has, if it's bigotry or racism or what have you. Every American citizen deserves to be safe, feel safe, and treated with respect. And until we look at it like that and stop looking at it as a color issue or what have you, we're always going to have this problem. I mean, I'm appalled because I saw a fellow countryman treated as though he was in China, I mean, I don't care, what the reason is. We're a country of laws and due process, and everybody's entitled to it, And I mean, this whole Black Lives Matter rant is just promoting racism. It's very simple. That was an American. That was an American who got killed and unjustly, and I don't care what stupid reason that cop had for doing it. It's criminal. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be a racial crime. It doesn't have to be a hate crime. You treat an American like that, that is criminal. You refuse an American a right that another American has, that's criminal. I don't care, what the archaic cause is. You're Asian, Loop and Loop. Look at things coming out. Yeah, you know what? I'll disclose too. My wife and children are Asian also, and my kids look white, but the Miss G is straight up Asian, and I mean, I fear for her, and going on the subway or walking, and I keep asking her to just wear sunglasses. She wears sunglasses. She could be a Latino, you couldn't tell, and she's all about being outside, so she has a dark complexion. So but yeah, I fear it, man. I fear it. It's terrible. I fear it. Are you a Chinese American, or are you Chinese? Because I could say I'm Italian, but I mean, I'm American. And I mean, I have lots of friends who could say they're Chinese, but they're American, which is a funny thing too here in the States. Look at that. The market hasn't moved, so we haven't missed anything. We might as well rant. It's funny in the States because you don't know any Black French or Chinese French or Italian French. If you're born in France, you grew up in France, everybody says I'm French, no matter what your descent is. But over here, I'm Italian American. You may be Chinese American. I'm half white. I have half white cousins. My sister is giving birth to a Mexican soon. Yeah, that's pretty much how ABC. Yeah, first. Yeah, but that's it. I mean, you probably have a lot of pretty cool culture going on in your house, but you're an American. I'm sure you speak like me, think like me, complain like me. But I just find it interesting that we're the only country that has, Black American, White American, Indian American, Italian American, Jewish American, Irish American. It's just American. Just like if you were in France, you'd just be French. I mean, you literally see it on the news too. I'm French, and it could be a black dude. If he didn't tell you he was French, could have been from the States, could have been from the islands. And he's not black French. He's French. There's no black Englishmen. They're English. So once we get past that, then I think we're on our way to being one single population. I mean, if everybody's appalled that an American got treated like that by the cop, that's where we make the move. Because otherwise we just harbor on the same shit. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Well, you know what? I say the world has no room for it. I mean, it's silly. I mean, why do we travel? We travel so that we get to experience different cultures and different people and different foods. And, you enjoy that. And, growing up in Brooklyn, it was a small circle, but I used to love that the differences in each one of my friends' houses. And that's really what triggered me to travel around the world. I loved the different culture. And when I travel, I don't go somewhere where it's stock full of Americans, on a beach with nice things around them. I go somewhere where I get to experience a new culture. And I think that's beautiful. I think it's phenomenal. I mean, who wants a garden with one type of flower? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the same concept. And I just don't get it, man. I don't get it. I mean, there are good people, there are bad people. I see a lot of bad people in the black community, and I think that's a problem. And I think it's marketed, and it's really causing the black eye of the black community. There are a lot of really good people in the black community that are just busy living a life and not out there in the news saying, "Hey, there's a good community." So that's a problem. And I think we could resolve that problem with free education, I wish my daughter was listening in. She's part of the Alphabet Gang. And we marched with peaceful protesters for George Floyd was killed. My brothers and fathers disowned me after that. Really? Yeah, well, you know what? There's a lot of old view out there, But again, that's what education's about, I knew a man who I lived close to in Manhattan, and he was an older man, much older than me. He's passed away now, and his daughter, he had a daughter the same time I had a daughter. He married this really interesting Greek woman. He was a black man, and he grew up in the ghetto. His mother was a prostitute, and she was a junkie, and he had to deal with her Johns and the pimps, and a really rough life. But he saw it, and he didn't like it, and he put his head down, and he became. He got his doctorate and was a professor of a school, and it wasn't it's not. I can't think of the term right now; it eludes me. But I mean, he earned everything. It wasn't like a placement thing because he was black or anything. I forget what it is, but in business. The political statement where you have to include minorities and things like that. The guy earned his place. That's the bottom line. It was a really prestigious school. He was a brilliant man, one of the best souls in the world. And I mean, we met late in our lives, but he became a tremendous friend, and he was actually like 6'4", and I'm maybe 5'9", and every time I saw him, he would hug me, and I hated it because, I'm kind of an alpha personality, and here I'm getting hugged by this monster, and I'm like, face in his belly. I felt like such a woman, but he was so great, man. He was so sweet, and he was so brilliant, and we used to talk about psychology and philosophy, and his soul was just so beautiful. But anyway, my point is that with all that adversity, he managed to get himself out of the ghetto, get himself educated, and become a productive part of society. So there are probably tons of individuals just like that. The odds are so great against them that all you need to do is legalize advanced education, or not legalize it, but make advanced education public education. University and college should be free to individuals. And then these intelligent people will know that they have an out. They could change their station, their program. And that's all you need, You don't need these quotas and stuff like that. They act as though the black community needs a handout. It doesn't need a handout. It needs what every poor community needs, which is an opportunity to get out. And education is the way of doing it. You guys ought to read about Richard Reich, who was the educational secretary, I think, for Bill Clinton. He's a finance guy. He's an economist. And he joined Clinton's brigade under the guise that Clinton would promote education and create free education. And I think Clinton even ran on that platform. But, once they get into office, they fall into line and go along with the good old boys. And he abandoned that and kept kind of shunning Reich. And Reich resigned because he realized that, Clinton wasn't going to make that change. But in the end, it is going to happen. But anyway, if you ask me, education is the cure. Education and stop with the segregation. It's just constant segregation. Black Lives Matter and all this, separation of what it is. It's Americans, man. We're Americans. Americans matter. I don't care what the cause of the harm is. It's just a highlight. And you know what? If there wasn't racism, one party wouldn't have a large platform to run on. And that's the bottom line. I think that they keep this going because they can control minorities and they can control the vote in minorities by promising resolution that never comes to pass. So you're a Chinese man in the ghetto, and now you're here learning. So mainland China, or were you from Hong Kong? Which the Hong Kongese that I know don't refer to themselves as Chinese. Yes, that's it. We're all Americans. Let's act like it. But I guess I lost Tommy Williams over this, man. That's a pity. He was a good dude, too. Hardliner Trump. Yeah, well, I was pro-Trump because I wanted change, man. I didn't want a traditional politician in office. And I thought that would be a good move. But the Democrats worked very well to make the guy look like a psycho, I feel. And, it could have been the other way around. I mean, the Republicans are guilty of doing that sort of behavior, too. Never any unity once we elect a president. And it seems like when I was a kid, once you had a president, everybody got behind it, and that's your president. And if you didn't like what they did in the 4 years, you voted him out. But now it's just, just mudslinging. It's just so disgusting. Oh, your dad's uncle moved to Hong Kong? Yeah. Late in the 70s. That's when it was still British rule. I remember when they gave it back. I really didn't think that was a good idea, but they had no choice. Now it's kind of rough over there. It's a shame, man. Hong Kong was amazing. Some really amazing people coming out of Hong Kong, too. Beautiful people. What do you think they're going to do with Taiwan? It would be a shame if they took over Taiwan. Yeah, that's not my president. Yeah, that's terrible. And you know what? As a businessman, I found that to be a good manager means to get the best out of everybody or anybody. And Americans don't realize that the president works for them, and they should be good managers. And I don't care who's in office. Let's get the best out of the guy. And the politicians make sure that we don't get the best out of the guy because, if it's a Democratic president, the Republicans want the seat next term. And if it's a Republican president, the Democrats want the seat the following term. So all they do is sling mud. And it's never about get the best out of this guy. And you know what? The best presidential debates would be if one guy said, listen, he did a great job as a president, but I could do better. But basically the debates are, he sucks, but I won't suck as bad as he does, and I mean, that's what's running our country. Could you imagine like electing a CEO of your company under those premises, or the offices underneath just slamming the guy with no support? You can't run a business like that. You can't run a business like that. You can't run a country like that. Yeah, if you truly want to see the two parties work together, stand up and elect an independent. Get a third party that's a viable party. And then people are going to start smartening up because all this is hot potato. Goes to the Democrats, goes to the Republicans. Goes to the Democrats, goes to the Republicans. Gore was groomed from the time he was 12 years old to be president. I mean, that's why the guy lost his mind, for a little bit, because that's all he knew. That's what he was told he was going to do. I mean, it's a political family. The Bushes, a political family. I mean, when George won the election, George Jr., to the first election, he talked about his brother Jeb, who was a little envious that he won it. He said, but my daddy said, don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. And yeah, that's the mentality, man. I mean, they're just handing off this power. You want you want to organize the parties. Americans have to be brave enough to elect an independent, and not a conventional politician, because I mean, you know what? Trump might have been full of shit, but the difference between Trump and any other politician is we knew Trump was full of shit. The other ones hide it better. Yeah, that's all. That's what politicking is. Being able to bullshit without looking like you're full of shit. Taiwan is a manufacturing powerhouse. Yeah, it is, and it's a silicon powerhouse. They are autonomous. China doesn't have any influence, from my understanding. But I think that's what the silicon shortage is about. I think that Taiwan is kind of demonstrating to the world what will happen if they lose their autonomy. This is kind of the wake-up call. Like, you better rally around and do something. I'm not running for president, man. I wouldn't fall in line. Next thing you know, they'll be throwing me a parade in a convertible. So we're just really moving around in this consolidation. If ever anybody wants to talk, maybe this should be just a political chat channel. No, forget about it. That's the last thing I want to do is be a political chat channel. So we're just kind of moving around in this channel. Some aggressive bars down, and then move back up. Just kind of burning out the day. What time is it? Oh, it's 3 o'clock. This is where people start closing up the books and moving things around. Let's see what they have in store for us. I mean, I wouldn't mind a good move down. Yeah, Anthony, if you had that tall soapbox and started reaching the masses, you better get some bodyguards, because if you think that people don't kill you over that stuff, even your government, you're out of your mind. I mean, there's royalty in this country, and they're not giving up their power. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, we can, but you know what? We're not going to produce it. And I think it's silica. And I think that region has the largest deposits of silica over there. So, we need to be able to keep our hands on that. And yeah, Taiwan has the technology, and they're like at the center of it. So, yep, and years of experience, no doubt. Yeah, so, yeah, we got to... And you know what? I mean, they still maintain the old Chinese culture before the Cultural Revolution. I mean, yeah, and it would be a shame if that's lost. And the Chinese regime right now won't let that stand. I mean, they don't want to hear about that nonsense. As far as they're concerned, the last, 300 years was a mistake. So, that would be a shame. I mean, just the history and education and knowledge that we're going to lose would be terrible. I mean, I want to get over there before anything happens, just to get in the middle of it and feel it a little bit. Yeah, lock them in a room together. Yeah. I mean, look at what's going on now. This investment in our infrastructure is needed and good for our country, and the investment in research and development. And you got the Republicans hemming and hawing over it. And it's not that they don't think it's a good idea; they just don't want it to be the Democrats' idea, because those guys are already fighting the 2024 election. And that's how it goes. In 2016, the Democrats started fighting the 2020 election, and that's all you guys put up with all year. And, Democrats dominate the media, so, they just pumped hate out over the media constantly, with the Koch family and Bloomberg and all and Murdoch, and, it was just constant, terrible. They spent more money trying to mess up the presidency than they did supporting the country. I mean, even the impeachments, right? Whether they're valid or not, everybody knew, because the Republicans dominated Congress. Everybody knew that the impeachments weren't going to go through. We knew it. Everybody knew it. Every legal mind knew it. Everybody knew it. But they still wasted the money. And they should have just said, hey, he's got it coming to him. Well, and I'm not arguing the merits of it. But, if they cared about the country, they would have just dedicated those funds to something else. Just in New York alone, there are 500,000 food insecure children. Just in New York. So just imagine throughout the country. So really, that money can't be better spent, on something futile that was really just used to berate the president and try to win the next election. That was the only benefit that would have come out of it, where the American people have the say at election. If they don't like what happened, they vote the guy out. They like what happened, they keep the guy. I mean, it's that simple. Yep, the focus is on the career, not the public. Yep, it's on the party, what's good for the party and what's good for their career. It's a shame. And that's because you have a two-party system, you know, and they cut deals between each other. And, okay, you're in power now. Let's do this your way. And then it turns around and somebody else is in power. Look at what's going on in this last hour, man. I mean, what is this? Just bars racing back and forth. I guess we're in this channel right here. Just sell off. Give me the retrace I want, and then you can make the move up in a day or two. Frustrating. So, okay, I have a new business model for the channel. It's going to be trading during the day, and then should we say political commentary, a social commentary? What would it be? Or a gripe session? We could have everybody come on and do a gripe session. Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, what's his name? De Blasi. He spent about $6 million castrating deer. There's money well spent. And then I think it was $3 million to get the law passed where foie gras was illegal in New York City, and restaurants can't sell foie gras anymore because geese are being treated poorly. So his people are starving. They can't educate themselves. But we have sterile deer and safe geese. Yeah. Apparently I lose views when I preach rhetoric. Apparently, Tommy was upset that I said he rallied hate, but I mean, he did. You know, it was either hate socialists or hate Democrats, or you know, I mean, that's what the whole vibe was. It was hate. And he was smart. He rallied the mob, man. He was like Caesar. But that's what the vibe was throughout the country. You know, and I'm not saying the Democrats aren't guilty of it too. I mean, they fed right into it throughout the whole thing, and you know, they were promoting hating the Republicans, but it was just hate. It wasn't about love, you know. And if it was about love, he never would have taken the office, because there are a lot of people out there that just respond to hate. Yeah, it's a joke of a mayor. Yeah, the MTA is falling apart. They're actually 210 drivers short right now. They can't even find people to drive. And you know what blows my mind? I mean, the price of subways keep going up, and they keep packing more and more people into a car. Could you imagine if that was a private business and you did that? I mean, it's such an unsafe environment. You know, I mean, it's toxic, you know, just because you have so many people crammed into a container. But I mean, you got to wear a seatbelt in your car that has crumple zones and airbags and anti-lock brakes, and now it has like almost like autonomous driving, where it notifies you when you're too close, and the steering wheel wiggles when you get too close to the lines, and you know, but you got to wear your seatbelts. You're in these tin cans that the gears are literally falling off, and they got you packed in there, standing up, doing like 60 or 70 miles an hour. You know, but that's fine. Yeah, Nick, I think you're saying that Trump tricked a lot of people, or are you saying that De Blasio? Yeah, MTA is Metro Transit Authority. Or are you seeing de Blasio tricked a lot of people, Nick? Yeah, well, yeah, the highways are they've been under repair since I was a kid, man. I mean, yeah, they just got the Belt Parkway done, and that's been going on forever, you know. And now I think they're doing the back half of it. So yeah, and the biggest drag is they do all the work during the summer when everybody wants to be going to the beach or visiting their family. These guys are busy cutting 4-lane highways down to one, or like how many 4-lane highways do they have? Even the 3-lane highways down to one. Yeah, Trump. Yep. But you know what, man? I liked what he did with the NAFTA agreement. I like what he did, what he's doing with trade. I mean, I really think that he tried to cut a deal where it's fair in trade. I was really opposed to what he did with immigration. I mean, we're a capitalist society, and the reason we're having a hard time competing with China is because they have so many in-house consumers. So the reality is if we want to maintain being a world power, we need citizens. We need consumers. We need to expand our internal market. Otherwise, we're dependent on exporting. And we don't want that. I mean, we have enough resource here in the country, where we could build a good, hardy country. So I believe, and we want the intellectual capital to come in. You don't just get the poor. You get the educated and the wealthy and the entrepreneurs. So I think I was opposed to his immigration policies, but I'm even opposed to the Democrats' immigration policies. I mean, I believe in open borders myself, and everybody goes to work. It's that simple. Yeah, did it put your? Yeah, it was unfair, and I understood when it was written. We're trying to pump up, third world countries and give them an opportunity. But at one point, they're making money and we're taking a beating. So now it's time for the give back. And even we're breaking out into the range, or are we breaking out? I've even lost track. Oh, we're we're breaking out of the trading range, or we're hitting it. I don't know if we're going to break out. It looks like we're just trading in between it. We've got 40 minutes left, and we're probably going to put that 20-point move on the market. I forgot what rant I was on. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Cuomo either, but I like what he did with education in the States. And I think for families under 125,000, if you live in New York State and you go to New York State school, you get free education. And I mean, I think that's brilliant. It's expensive, but it's brilliant, and it just opens the door up for so many more people to go and make it happen. Or just the idea that they can do it, when they thought they couldn't. And it's got to change their drive and their focus and their motivation. And I'll tell you, if you're a successful drug dealer, you're probably a smart guy. So I would rather that guy see opportunity in the regular world than in the drug world. And gear that energy towards something productive. And I believe wholeheartedly that free education will do all of this. Yeah. Yeah, they need to. I think we're going in that direction. I mean, they're already starting with forgiveness of the student loans, but then you have these very begrudging people like, I had to pay for it. Why shouldn't they? Yeah, how about because it'll better the country? But, yeah, a lot of people are trained to think about themselves only. Well, I don't know if that's really a good game plan, Ant, because you get people working for $1 a day. That's hard to compete with if we even subsidize. We could they've already started with the minimum tax, so they're kind of collaborating on how to structure business to make it more, because all Western countries are suffering from the same thing, So once they have a standard of income, minimum wage between all the allies, then the game will change, because they'll start blocking out people who don't comply with that, and then keeping your country in a third world state won't benefit you, just to maintain manufacturing. No, boo. I don't want this run up, man. Okay, we still got a half hour. Anybody a fan of Vivaldi? Wow. Yeah. What do we need to do to stay competitive on a global arena? First of all, never bet against America, because, I mean, that's basically our culture. We're capitalists, we're innovators, and we always lead the country. And we even attract the best minds. Because of our quality of life. Even though everybody bitches and moans about who we are or what we are and everything, it always seems to be the case. So I'm confident that we're going to maintain our position. But we do need to reinvest in our infrastructure, and we need to manufacture our own goods. We can't be reliant on people overseas. And the bottom line is the quality of goods has diminished. I mean, things are trash. It's like they're built to be broken. We need to get that, American standard back where, I have a drill that was my grandfather's drill. I mean, this thing's got to be, better than 50 years old. The body of the drill is actually metal, and it works like a charm, man. And I work that drill. I mean, working on my boat and things like that, that baby goes to work. But you're not going to, I burned out a weed whacker this week. I just bought the damn thing because my old one burned out. My old one was 20 years old, and I just bought the weed whacker, and I burned it out. In one day of just whacking around my driveway and things like that. I just used it up and burned it out. So that's the standard of material that's out there. So we need to manufacture here again with the American standard. Man, this is frustrating. That bar's still a doji, but so we need to figure out how we can manufacture here in the States without everything costing thousands of dollars, because labor is expensive. Although robotics are going to come in and kind of offset that, but the short of the long is education. I mean, we need free education at a college or university level, and more of our people need to be educated. And I think that will keep us on top. And people will still go into manufacturing because they like a simpler life, but they'll be educated and make good choices and good decisions. Look at this. Boo. Yeah. Yep. Cheaper crap. Yeah. It's everything is just, it's just cheap quality. Craftsman tools used to be phenomenal tools. And, I bought a new set of ratchets, and the latch to, go clockwise or counterclockwise was plastic. And I used the tool one time and the back broke. And I called them. I was like, yo, dude, this has a lifetime guarantee. You guys have to send me another ratchet. And they did. And they sent me a better quality. The one they sent me was the blued one that's all metal. But that's an interesting thought. You raise the bar and tell them, if you get a bachelor's, you get. That's interesting. But the point of education is not just for a vocation. The point of education is so that you have abstract thought, so that you make good decisions. And that's why it would benefit to have free education across the board, because we'll just be a better society. Racism is just an indictment on the education system, because people are racist or fearful of what they don't know. So education just exposes people to more experience, where they can make better judgments and conduct themselves better. All of the hate that's running around, all the looting and the racism. These are just ignorant people. You hear it when they speak, and their views, and that's what we need to combat. It's not a matter of educating somebody so that they could focus on the sciences and stuff like that. People who are interested in that will pursue it. But I just want a better class of citizen. That's all. I don't want to. I'm a snob, and I don't want to be around ignorant people who are intolerant of other people's decisions in life and lifestyles, and I just see all of that as ignorance. So I just say free education, man. Let people know what's going on in the world, and when people understand the world and the differences and different cultures, they're going to be able to respect it and see the beauty. They understand that, everybody basically wants to wake up in peace and raise their children and see their families prosper and maybe grow old and watch their grandkids grow old. And when ignorant people have the understanding that it doesn't matter what culture the people come from, we all generally want the same thing, I think that you're going to see a much better society worldwide. You know, and we have the biggest problem with the most ignorant populations. I mean, that's the reality of it. You know. Yeah, I don't know if we teach people, you know, to be anything. You know, I think you teach people and you apply that knowledge. You know, the people apply that knowledge to what interests them, and they start pursuing careers and stuff like that. So if you make it available, you know, I believe that people just go out and acquire information. You know, you don't have to force anybody to become anything. But it becomes a culture. Growing up in Brooklyn, and you know, most people didn't really talk about college and where they were going. But when I moved out of Brooklyn, in the environment I was in, it was very matter-of-factly that you're going to college. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. It was just, you know, everybody was going to college. You know, that's a result of coming from an educated environment. And that's what we need to do. I mean, if our ghettos are educated, you know, ghetto is going to be a term for, you know, a different choice of lifestyle. That's just simple. It's not going to be a euphemism for a violent, you know, drug-ridden community. It's, you know, I mean, we may have ghettos of artists, you know. Just raise the bar on our intellect. I think with education, people become adaptable, right? I don't think we would have had all the violence and hatred between citizens during Trump era if everybody was educated. You know, because they would have said, all right, you know, they would have understood what was good and what was bad, not blanket hate on each side, and we would have worked to pull the best out of everybody. But, you know, those kind of thoughts only come from educated people, I believe. And education doesn't even have to be formal. You know, education is the ability to acquire information. But, you know, for people that don't have that self-drive to do it, just make it available, free. Yeah, there you go. I mean, what if it was free to you? Yeah, better healthcare, man. Yeah, I got some strong opinions on that too. Yeah, you know, I mean, our government does not take good care of us, and I'm kind of offended by the idea that people make a living off the suffering of others. Yeah, you know, and I'm not talking about the doctors or the practitioners who are taking care of people, and yeah, you know, you're paying them for their time, and they're not the cause of this over expense and everything like that. But I don't believe our government takes good care of us or keeps us healthy. I mean, a lot of the things in our foods are outlawed in other countries as toxins, carcinogens, and poisons. And I mean, in Europe, they even have commercials promoting healthy eating and vegetables and things like that. And they're very considerate about what's in their foods because the government picks up the nut for healthcare, and they know if they're poisoning their people, that it's just a greater expense. So there's a disconnect there, and I don't think that you should have good healthcare if you're wealthy and can afford it. I mean, I think that's a right that every human being has, and if we have the technology and the ability, I think everybody should have access to it. And another point in case. Miss G, my lover, worked as a rheumatologist, and she did that for many, many years. But the insurance companies really control the treatments. So she had patients that she was turning around and curing and helping lead quality lives. And then she had other patients who had the exact same ailments, but lousy insurance, and those patients were literally dying. And she was fighting with the insurance companies constantly because she could help these people, but she couldn't get the approval from the insurance companies, and these people don't have the money to pay for the care. She used to come home crying, and she's a very spiritual individual. So, she's not practicing medicine because she's greedy. She's practicing medicine because she genuinely, she was just born to help people. You can feel it in her presence. When you stand in her presence, it's very calming. So she ended up leaving that and changing her specialty because she just couldn't take it anymore. She just couldn't watch people. And, she connects, and she's very disarming. So people become very close to her. So all of her patients were like friends. And she's sitting here, watching people die that she knew she could help, and she just couldn't help them. That's what it's evolved into, our medical industry. And now, even as a practitioner, I think you have to see like a patient every 15 minutes in order to make a living. So that's why small practices are closing down. And it's really terrible. I mean, I'm a capitalist, there's no doubt, but I'm an advocate for social medicine. And that doesn't negate the private sector. You could always have private insurance. You could always have private practice. But I think that there should be a rehaul of the system, an overhaul of the system, and we should have socialized medicine. And I hear the argument all the time that you won't get the best doctors, they'll chase the money. But that's not the truth, because I find that it's a very spiritual profession. And they like to make money, but the ones that are focused on the money, I'm certain would donate their time, some of their time. And the best doctors I've known, which is my lover and actually her father, they would do it for nothing, man. And he used to pursue very low-paying jobs just so he could help the disadvantaged. And he was an amazing practitioner, amazing diagnostician. I mean, and he was just incredible. And he was sought after by the states to work with them, but he just refused to. He stayed in the private environment trying to help people. And I genuinely feel that the best doctors would go where they're needed the most, so I don't know. Maybe I'm being an idealist on that. One can dream, but hope. School is headed that way. In my opinion, that's the only way to reinvest long-term. Technology is the future. Let's educate more people to become engineers and scientists. Yeah, man. And I think there's a lot of people who want to pursue that. Engineering and science that don't have the means to do it. It's really, it's hard, man. It's really hard, to pay for it, get it done, and move on. But I see it's heading that way. They're starting with the forgiveness. People are talking about it. There was a time that everybody said no way we would be legal. And, after the Obama era, he kind of opened up everybody's eyes and helped, get rid of that naive kind of taboo concept over weed, where they're just throwing innocent people in jail. People who just want to hang out and be high, they're putting in jail like they're menace to society over marijuana. So anyway, first it starts with the conversation, and then it becomes the culture. So I think very much so that education is going to be free within probably the next 8 years. I think it'll happen. Yeah, it feels good when you make money. I participated in a lot of things to help people. Mainly, I focused around education and museums and art and stuff like that, and try to bring it to inner cities and bring things into the states. And that's how I spent a lot of my downtime participating in stuff like that. And I was happy that I was able to do it. And then I did some things for some disadvantaged folks, like training animals, really hearing impaired dogs. Actually, that came to me from a client of my firm. He approached me, and he had a son who was hearing impaired, and he said there was a need for animals to help them through the cities and stuff. So we trained dogs. And when I say we trained, I mean I sponsored the program, although I did foster a lot of dogs and participate in training a few to help people, cross streets and be functional, hearing impaired people, because they do a lot of it for sight impaired, but there were very few service animals for hearing impaired. So that was cool, taking part in that, raising money for that and things like that. But then the program shut down because the guy was killed by one of the dogs. No, I'm kidding. It's like a Hitchcock ending. That didn't happen. I'm just being morbid. A Discord server. All right, I will look into it, man. I don't mind sitting here with headphones and chatting. Oh, the boo is the end of the program? So we know Loop and Loop is Chinese. What's your background, Dylan? I don't want to, I'm almost afraid to say something because I don't want to lose more subscribers. But, I mean, your picture is very, very small, but you look Filipino to me. Or are you, I mean, I would argue you're not Norwegian. I'd go as far as that. Nick Million. Nope, not Sharon. All right, cool. That's cool. Or am I getting another unsubscribed? Good luck. That's what Tommy Williams said to me. He's like, that hate rally, unsubscribe, good luck. Irish American, no way, man. You're so dark. Is that like wrong? Am I not allowed to draw those conclusions anymore? Irish descent. Well, I mean, Dylan, that's seems like it's truly an Irish name. What part of the country are you in right now? While you get back to me, just a demonstration of what ignorance is, right? When I was a boy, I lived in Brooklyn, and I think I've said it before, but all I knew was Jewish and Italian people, Black and Puerto Rican people. And that was it. That was what the neighborhood was made up of, and and in my mind, that was America. And then I moved out of Brooklyn to another area, and I met Irish people and French people, and I was like, oh my God, when did you guys get here? Which again is an indictment on the American education system. But that's the point of ignorance. I was ignorant to the fact that there were other people in other communities, and I was young, so bear that in mind. But that gives me a lot of insight into the value of education. And I was open to it, but I find that that's what goes on in ignorant people's lives. They only know this small community. Anything outside of it, they're frightened of and resentful of and intolerant of. And so education will change that. Oh, over in Ohio? Yeah. Ohio. When I was 21, I was in Florida, and I met this girl who was from Ohio. She was really cool. We hit it off, and I mean, we hit it off. And but I haven't seen her since. Don't know how to get in touch with her. I think about her all the time, and I'm just wondering how she's doing, because I mean, we like bumped into each other and then spent like 5 days just hanging out together, having a good time. She's in Ohio. So if you bump into anybody, just ask them if they know Dave. She had blonde hair. I don't even remember her name, man, but I remember her feel, her vibe. I guess the cat was tired of hearing from me, Ant. Or maybe he resented my Trump comments. Oh, mentioned Discord. Oh, okay. Okay, look at this. Now the market's pushing down, which I'm happy about. But what do we have? We have like 10 minutes left, and we're making that move down. Yeah, go negative, man. I need that room for my spreads, and I want to see a little retrace, and then I'll feel better about getting into this move going up. You know, I mean, once things start running like this, I mean, that's a lot of power, but you know, there's got to be a consolidation, and it makes me apprehensive to take breaks, because I'm expecting a candle like this, like a snap up and then a trade back. You know, I mean, that's why I didn't take the break of this high at the 55.84, which is a good choice. But I would have definitely taken a break of that 57.16. Oh, but look at that baby. Amazon's down like $10, and really we're only down $2. And we're not even at the low of the day. Is good. But it's kind of fueling that deviation right there. I mean, it doesn't trigger until it breaks tomorrow. It would have to break the low of today. But we talked about that in the wrap up last night. I'm dying to go back and look at my subscriber statistics and see if I actually lost the guy. That really hit me hard. That's all right. Good night's sleep, and I'll be over it. All right, Loop and Loop. Thanks for your input, man. I enjoyed chatting with you. Hey, and don't forget the like and the bell, and share the tweet and the apps, and you could hit up that PayPal if you wish. So anyway, I listed this channel as education, so hopefully I'm bringing some education to folks. Well, I don't know if it was rude. I mean, he has his opinions. I mean, but that's the problem we have. Everybody is just like, nope, it's this way or no way. I mean, you know, I think that we all need to be a little more tolerant of one another and one another's views and beliefs. You know, I mean, you know, I'm not anti-Trump. I certainly wouldn't want him marrying my daughters, or you know, I don't really see myself hanging with the guy. But I know he's a successful businessman, and there's something I could take from the guy. Not in a greedy fashion, but in him managing the country. And that's how I looked at it. And I was pro-Trump when he was running because I'm anti-politician, and he's not a politician. And given the choice, I guess unless the guy's a stumbling drunk, I'd probably go for the candidate that is not a politician, because I think we need to break up that old boy thing. So another ramble. So I don't know. I think he was a little rash. The free folks. Yep. That's who we are, man. We're the free folk. Yeah. That's the problem we're having in the country. I mean, not everything needs to stand on your political. I mean, I have family members who aren't talking to each other. Just messing up Thanksgiving, my favorite holiday of the year, and they are just messing up Thanksgiving. And that's my gripe with them. I'm like, yo, you're not. Nobody's changing your mind. All you're doing is screwing up Thanksgiving. Yeah, I think so. But you know what? What you said, Kerry, is huge. Had they heard the whole conversation, because a lot of people listen without hearing. I mean, even if they stick around, So I mean, yeah, that's huge. I mean, he may not have heard me because he's split, but a lot of people just don't hear. Even though they're listening, and take the time to really understand what's being said. And then a lot of people say things that aren't worth saying. They don't have value in their words. I mean, I got into that this weekend over a debate where, for the guy, it became less about being a debate, more about being right, just making arguments that made no sense just because, he doesn't want to accept another point of view. So, yeah, that's huge, man. And that's all I've seen. That's all I've seen over the past election is people just taking those positions that it's all or nothing, And how do you have a country, so diverse as ours with an all or nothing mentality, man? I mean, it's simply got to be that everybody has the right to swing their fist, and that right ends at the tip of my nose. Yeah, that's true, Kerry. And I try to keep myself in check. I don't know if I'm truly objective or if I'm biased. I mean, I toy with that all the time. But somebody recently said to me, how come everything has to mean something? And I was kind of wondering, like, why would you say something that doesn't mean something? But I don't know. I think about that all the time. It runs through my head all the time. Nope, there we go. Another push down. All right, good, man. I need that move. Make that move. Still at risk here, but I made a very good trade before. I really got to get these videos done, man. I want to get you guys up to speed. Well, I guess we haven't been at it that long, but I want to get everybody up to speed and start talking about the spreads, and then take you even further. I mean, I have earnings plays to play the earnings markets. I don't talk about a lot of this stuff because I don't want to walk people into booby traps. I'd rather you all understand what you're doing before we do it. But excellent strategies to take advantage of earnings. I mean, strategies where if you're right, you make a lot, and if you're wrong, you make a little bit. I mean, who doesn't love that? So yeah, I got to get busy on these videos. Oh, wow. And did he kill himself? Well, Trading 101 started, man. Trading 101 is, just these simple trend lines. I mean, you'll see the videos labeled there. Wow. That's wild with McAfee. Or do you say it McAfee? I didn't even realize it was the software guy. Yeah, it looks like he did, huh? Yo, what a drag. I mean, how horrific could that possibly be? I mean, you face tax evasion charges. I mean, I guess if you're egregious, they might throw you in jail, but you could, just work it out. They probably have all those assets anyway. Yeah, the world is small too, man. You can't go anywhere without somebody getting a handle on you. And Spain agrees to extradite him. I mean, he ran to Spain. He wanted a good life. If he was smart, he would have went to Ecuador. Could have used Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. Honduras. I mean, countries that they're probably still using payphones over there. Well, yeah, actually, that's where I'm starting the class. I mean, what are my training videos? I teach you pivot points, and I teach you what compression and expansion is. And I taught you what a trend is. Everybody who's talking to me now, if you watch the 101s, should understand what a trend is. If you don't, you should be asking me questions. And there was even a guy I responded to in a comment today who had questions on my support and resistance video that I just put up in the comment. So I responded to him in the comment. Hopefully he gets it. We're closed, baby. We're closed. If you follow Trading 101, I'm starting you from scratch. And you guys are getting a little advanced because you're sitting here and you're watching me. So you're kind of in the middle, getting an understanding, but also understanding what support and resistance and everything is. And you're getting an understanding of setups. So in Trading 101, we're moving into setups. And then I'm going to teach you some management skills. I mean, I have a whole program set. It's just a matter of me sitting down making the videos, and I know how I want to take you, but I'm not really storyboarding the videos, so they seem kind of choppy, and I'm trying to do it, but I don't have all the time in the world. And even after doing this for 7 or 8 hours, I mean, I'm even eating poorly these days, and I haven't been to the gym, and I'm looking forward to getting back to the boat so that I could get some kayaking and some swimming in, because, I just don't feel as fit as I normally am. Yeah, dude. Well, you know what? I'm not putting them up every day. I put one up when we got started, Trading 101, and I think that's expansion and contraction or something like that. And then there's Trading 101 with support and resistance. Well, I appreciate the head up. And did they make a ruling on Fannie Mae? I have to look into that. I've been lost in my own world, preaching my own soapbox. I'll do a little homework tonight, see what's up, and maybe include that in our morning warm-up. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate your input, bro, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And actually, I'm going to wrap it up. So everybody, I enjoy the conversations. I don't know if I'm getting out of line or exceeding my use, but you know what? Like I said, I like to talk. I like debate. I like the input. Yep, don't worry about that, man. I accept responsibility for my life. So if I put the time in, it's my choice. If I don't do it, it's my choice. All my mistakes have been my choice and my mistakes. So yeah, don't worry about that. Take care, Kerry. Always a pleasure. Thanks again for the support through PayPal. And on that note, I'll tell everybody the PayPal link is in the description. If you want to support the channel, just feel free to hit that up. And $1 goes a long way. But any support is great. And if you're not in a position to do that, I could respect that. But you want to help us, the likes, the comments, the chats, all add to my YouTube experience and how they look on me. There's a tweet handle. I learned that there's a tweet handle that you could tweet the channel out there and help me get subscribers. So any participation is greatly appreciated. But on that note, everybody have an excellent evening, and I appreciate what you did for me today, and good trading.